Hello, hello, hello. All right, all right, all right. Hello, my name is.
Hey, question for you. Do we have recording and streaming going on right now in there?
It should be live right now.
It is? Can we confirm?
Yeah.
There's-
make sure that the slides are up.
All right.
Let's see.
You do the mouse.
There we go. Okay, awesome. Thank you.
My stuff is still here.
Are we sitting in here?
Yes, so we're splitting like 4 chairs up here for like a little panel. Is there a way for us to go back? We could,
Yeah, I've seen that from a chamber.
yeah, thank you. We'll have like, yeah, typically you can sit up front and then once we do the panel, you can come and sit right up front.
Okay.
Perfect. I don't think we can move this table, but
You want to move up to the side?
like I like how their room is set up where it's like it's open. Hopefully we're not.
We won't. We have way more chairs.
So we'll, yeah, once we get to that panel part, then we'll, I have printed out questions and stuff, and we'll always field in some of the questions too, that people can answer if they have. Some notes on this all this stuff. I'm sorry, I did, you were doing the tours, right? You did
Yeah.
like both the tours.
And then we'll walk it together. Yep. Buildings are close. Right? Like, I remember, like, usually go through the business and
And they did it because they did yesterday, and all of them were open. I'm guessing it's somewhere in how long between the days.
yeah, close up.
Yeah. I went through the process of updating the slides, and it's just not necessarily the information, but the look, this looks very, this is what it looked like 4 years ago. And I was like, Chrissy, so you're gonna add new pictures, she's like, well, they can't do something with old pictures, I was like, I know they're old pictures. Those are pictures.
Hello, Dylan. You remember sitting in
Thank you so much. Yeah, that should be good.
Or, this is just or.
Yeah, it's just 4 for the mini panel. The other ones will, they can congregate up here and then you can answer questions as well.
There's probably 7.
Great. It is
One
more,
minute,
right? Yeah,
yeah,
it's like,
like-
you,
Jesse, Marissa, Carl.
And then you.
You say,
I'm not saying that.
Do you want to actually do that?
Oh,
So we just put the table over there.
I hear you.
you want it in front of you?
I hear you, yeah, rather than just,
I've had it, yeah.
you know what I'm saying?
What do you want to do?
His parents or?
Just his students, like, it's like.
Yeah, you can.
Are you listening?
It's like, how many chairs are in here?
Sorry about
Way
that.
more.
Yeah. Typically, consider from this one.
Is that good? Yeah,
Yeah,
Jesse, I think when we first start, we're gonna
The
sit
slides.
because he's going to.
Alright, I'll
Say
do
that's
it.
like 2 compliments.
Be sitting right in the front.
So we're gonna sit here in the front before we go out.
Yeah, before, like, the slides will take a little bit of time to get through, so.
Hey, just, are you in this panel?
No.
So like an hour or an hour.
No, I'm not saying really.
Like 25 minutes.
Come on, kid, just look at it.
What am I gonna say? What are you gonna ask me? I can
It's
ask
very
questions.
there.
You like Dr.
So
Seuss?
it's like.
But just,
Chill.
you know, like,
You know, and then leave.
Just sit up and walk.
You know what?
Analysts are more fun for us.
We'll figure it out. I'll stand in the back first and then do whatever.
Hopefully there's a lot of questions, I hope we get to do the time. I will need, once to be a timekeeper, I will need to remember that at the end of the actual slides to take a significant break, 10 minutes maybe, and then we can move into the panel. We'll have, I don't know if we should do the questions for the slides, right after the slides.
Yeah.
Question about something that was on the slides.
I'll be right back.
And then if the questions of the panel, we'll do that a little bit later. We'll have more about the questions. They only do like a 10 minute, 15 minute break. Ever been in the, actually, we had an event in Spirit during freshman year. And we had a popcorn machine going on in the back. You would go through this door and this very interesting to see the holes.
So do these holes connect with the then?
They connect all the rooms.
So they can serve somebody.
That's cool.
There's always snacks, it's like cookies and cakes, but it's like a staging area.
Yeah.
You want to speak of cookies, I'm gonna go get one before we start.
We used to do that, I've had a couple. Quality.
Hello, sir. Hello, Mr. Gian. My name is Mr. Gian. I'm here again for the third time.
For the third time.
I came the third time before. Just
How was the? I saw something. And
It's okay, bro.
hang on. Let's see. Jackson. We gotta control the light. Yeah. That's a bit. Sorry. You can turn them off, but I don't know if it's.
It's okay.
Turn them on.
That's right.
It's gonna let you.
Yeah, yeah.
Hang on. Oh, wow, look. They're good?
So I think the move.
Because I didn't want to have it super bright because then you can't really. Well, not you can't really do the machine. Okay. The lights. Here, I'll help you
Why are
through
they
this.
so close to each other? Like, that's weird.
By the way, I don't know if this is supposed to be lagging. Kinda is, no. Look how long it takes me to get there.
That computer's super slow. I don't know if there's anything else we can get on it. Please.
Alright, what's this presentation about? What am I doing? Where am I going?
I saw the, what signs right by their top. Reading from them on purpose.
No.
I was like, I hope they forget these.
Yeah,
They
no,
are,
yeah.
I think they're still there.
Okay, I'll go get them after this.
Also, what am I sending?
So, I will, well, initially I'll do a break, and I'll just put it at the end, and then the slides will do questions. And then like, we'll do 10, 15 minutes of a break, and then start again. I think maybe if we're doing an hour and things still haven't started, then I'll be able to have a little bit of a break. Once we start the panel, I'm not gonna initial break, we might take another.
Actually, we're gonna get that. Oh, yeah.
It's in the back, and then.
Is that recorded?
Yeah, I think I might have, a candidate too who are not.
Oh, wait.
Margaret,
Where's the door?
wait, there, who is it? Somebody, I don't know who it was here, I forget who it was.
Well, Marco, like,
Margaret, yeah, they did it before us, so.
Otto, are you ready for our first date this Tuesday?
Wait, I didn't get on your team though. I did get on a different team.
Oh, you didn't join Aces?
I requested, they never responded to my request.
Oh, that's fine.
So I requested, well, this other, I put like 3 agents.
The rival team.
This other team, I was like, hey, bro, you wanna play? So they play Sundays at 9. And I was like, I don't think I'll play tonight, but I'll play next Sunday.
We're going to tonight. We do it.
So if you make it, is it co-ed?
What's up? Go ahead, yeah.
So we got to play against each other if we
Never mind. I was like, I'll play whatever you want me to play. I don't think I'll play goalkeeper, but if they don't have a good goalkeeper, I might sub in.
Really? I would never. Okay, that's a party.
They seem like just really nice people.
And I think we were on the same team. She was so excited. She was like, we're on the street. We're in this guy.
Oh, whoa.
She was like, no.
No.
She repeated it.
Really?
Really good. that.
Did you see him play?
Huh?
Did you see him play?
No. I wanna see if I,
I want to see if I
I
watch.
saw him play, yo, that's scary, man, he's good.
scary.
I had a dog on the leash and he was like crossing me over and everything.
We were kicking the ball back and forth.
He was running faster than the dog.
Dang.
The dog's running like at 30 miles an hour.
I have to go scope out the competition.
The team won, so they played last Sunday. And they won like 5-1, and I was like, you still want me on the team? Because I hadn't seen their request until like Tuesday. So like, bro, I saw your request, you still want to do me? He's like, yeah, sure. Like, why not practice?
Ernesto Flores. Ernesto Flores, yes. You wanna cross the first minute? We'll get a little.
I think you're over.
I don't know what it's called.
Make sure that I say the things that you need to say. And she was just like, she said, oh, we're good, you got this. I'm like, oh, these are friends back.
I mean, honestly, worst case scenario, just rush through.
Yeah, I was like, I'll make sure I'll call
I'm sure one of us here will catch it.
Yeah, and if it's not covered in the slides, they probably have questions that they ask them. And we'll answer it. And if they don't worry about it, you're going to probably about it. There's a lot of information.
I'm already tired. Well, then again, I just seen the 7:30, but.
I saw it all. I said, was it last night? Dylan said something at
Like at 3:30?
Yeah, I was just like,
What? And then, you stayed up until 4 2 nights ago. And
jeez.
then last night I was like, bro, we gotta get this shit out. He's like, no, we can do it on Monday. I'm like, no, we're getting this out right now. And I remember it was 1:30. I remember 1:30, I rented out Monday schedule. And then I said it's great. It's great, at least steam all the clothes, because I had to run the same clothes. Steam them both, clean the clothes, and everything. From 4 to 6, Tuesday, and at 6:30, we didn't put in the class, we put the class, so that bio 12:33, but we didn't put in bio 12:33 for Gen 2. Or not Gen 2, something like that. So we had to go back in, change all the classes, and then change all the faculty meetings, like rotation, we do that. And go back and do that. By the time I saw it was 7, or no, by the time I saw it was 6:45, I felt that because Sam was like so peaceful there. I'm like, I'm gonna sleep on the couch. I'm gonna sleep on the couch like as I could. And I'm like, okay, I'm not falling asleep. I'm not falling asleep. Like 10 minutes, I woke up and I see that the sun's going up. I'm like,
Jeez.
that's not a good sign. And I'm like, you know what? I'll just go to bed. 10:45. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But we got the schedule done. Albeit it was at 7:45 this morning. After a long mix. Wait, what? Yeah.
Starting from the
Scary one.
it is scary. I'm having trouble with one
Things were interesting.
We can talk about issues now.
Okay, but for you, like freshman year in high school, like I think everyone goes through it.
Like
You're transitioning, you're finding out who you are. Like don't get me wrong, we always still find out who we are. Like it's like more for the freshman year. Like,
yeah,
just get out of middle school.
right.
Middle school is just I don't know what you I don't know what it's like doing it all. Yeah. High school is cool, but sometimes. So then, no, you don't have to worry about it. And then college, you can't get the sense because you start to start to figure out what you like, what you don't like about living in the room. And then you just gotta fly after that. Ready for work? Start.
Good amount of control over your own life, but once you're out,
But then,
I go my food for myself. I think I'm meal prep those things that I'm thinking about it much. I'm always breastfeeding, have my dumplings for the
where do you start? Now, what do you want?
Yes, so I like to work in law. Income is fine. Like, it depends on whether you would say that onboarding stuff or it's all done for them. If it's not, then obviously, last time they went, I was ready. Just watch the house. It's just a me interning here, so then, not like later on, it's like, hours of work.
I'm just gonna get them.
Like,
Oh, is this gonna be fun or would you?
I will, like, once I make one,
You would drive.
I don't have a license.
We use something.
I have all the Russian drives.
You just get it.
Even for the
Sure.
said if they give you like a review, like a 1-day pass.
Yeah.
It's nice safe, but I realized
One thing I'll say about the road trip though, they're probably like just as good. So you do like, me still, I really do. I love this. I mean, honestly, it's like after work, I just get it. My dad would love me. I'll always like, hey, you worked out, you went to sign up. The hot sun and the cold pool. I'm like, what? What are you doing?
shocking your body into some kind of, because like people say taking a hot shower.
I can put a cold shower. I don't know if I ever told you this. I'll be looking at the research. Cold bath? Okay, cold bath and cold shower. I don't know if you do this, but what I do is like, if this is doing something, okay, I do this for, and then I do this 15 more times. Like, psych yourself up, like, alright. So, it was really good. And I have pictures. Me and my mom, on the whim, because we have to go to the mountain in the end. He's like, or she's like, hey, you want to do a 10K with me? And me, why is it like anymore? I'm like, oh, yeah, I'll look it up for it.
No, we
Okay.
do. Look at that.
Yeah.
It's like, oh,
And
I went to
she
Florida.
goes, alright.
Yeah.
And my mom is very, my mom's good. She's like, you know what to do? She said to me, no, it's just shit.
Hold on.
After like 2 miles, I'm in the situation.
Yes. Okay. Nice. Good to see you. Sorry, there was another.
He's getting that mixed up.
Yeah. Hi. Wait.
Yeah, anywhere.
I
I know, it's like, it's about us, and we're trying to like, y'all in there. I don't like that. That's not very polite. I gotta be. I'll go around this way.
No, seriously, I think if everyone's gonna start clapping, I'm
One thing I do, because I teach at a church, I do and then you usually get the, yeah. Sorry guys.
Okay, so welcome to the student candidate information session. We will have a student panel of our lovely current scholars here after this session. This shouldn't take too long, maybe 15 to 20 minutes. It just gives you a little bit more information about the program. If you have any questions, we'll have a little bit of a moment right after the slides that have questions about the slides specifically, and then some of the more open-ended questions will be for the panel. We'll have a 10 to 15 minute long break after the slides, so you can walk around for a grab food, and then we'll start the panel, and likely another break about 45 minutes into the panel as well. So, but also just feel free to step out if you need to. My name is Mufado. I'm a current scholar, senior, major in historical science, and I will be moderating a few of the things in here. We do have a couple of known people in the back, so we have Lydia, assistant dean of Donnell's College. We do have a couple of alumni returning, Michael, Kylie, and Taylor. So they will also be serving to answer any questions you may have about things like study abroad, their experience with that, what they're doing now. So feel free to think about questions for them as well. Without further ado, we'll go ahead and get started. So, general kind of rundown of things. We'll talk about the program benefits and requirements as well as selection process. So, of course, tonight and what will happen over the course of the next 2 days, depending on your interview tape is, and then opportunities and who we are as the program. And so, the selection process will be that you've applied, you sent in your recommendation. It's good to remember that this is, they take a real realistic view of you. You've made it this far, the scores and stuff, they looked at that. And from now on, the process is more about who you are, the things you like, the things you're interested in, and your characteristics. And so you will also interview between tomorrow and Tuesday, depending on what your schedule looks like. That is in your packet. And you will have also, it will be the full day. It's not just an interview that happens on your day. So it will be meeting with a faculty professor. You might go to a classroom or a lab. You might also we'll eat lunch with the scholars and a couple other events that will happen over the course of this week. If you have questions about that, or if you're not sure about anything that's on your schedule, feel free to ask, and we'll make sure that everything's clear for you. We do have a contact that probably reached out to you before this whole event, so if anything comes up after the fact tonight, feel free to text them as well, or really call them, spam call them. It will, if it gives you ease of mind. We're here to help. So, White Top Scholar in UTSA, it is a top tier program for on the talent that is within our state as well as, not just in San Antonio, but all over the state. And again, it is to enhance diversity. It's not just diversity of color, race, gender, interests, things that are majors or anything. It is all of those things. It's what makes the program great, is realizing that you can have all sorts of conversations with people because everyone's interested in all sorts of things. And ultimately trying to cultivate you into a leader, both within your community and the greater community of wherever you end up. So we do have 3 pillars within the Top Star program. I'm sure you've probably seen this in some of the slides, on the website, on our Instagram, social media in general. Knowledge, leadership, and service. I will talk to you more in depth about what they mean and the things we do, surrounding these things as scholars. We'll start with knowledge. So every top scholar, you're assigned a faculty mentor. You'll likely, like some people get to talk to the faculty mentors, right? Like after you're accepted, or that summer that you're going to be accepted. Others, you might even, I met my faculty mentor my first week of classes, and that was nerve-wracking. Really, really important people. They're not necessarily, not just any professor. These are prestigious professors within your colleges that have worked with top scholars before. They've had good experiences with top scholars, and they're willing to let people into their labs. They don't typically take in undergraduate students into their labs, but they can take in top scholars into their labs. So, and this is something that is facilitated by the program. If you don't like your faculty mentor, you can always find professors that you like and ask to work with them. They will also accept you for the same reasons of you are a top scholar and there is a reputation that comes with that. And so keep that in mind as well when you're thinking about the program and the people who will get to engage with. And here are a couple of pictures of some scholars and their mentors. And also with knowledge, again, we know, you go to class, your major, that's the base of everything. Or for all women classes, there are requirements in terms of GPA and stuff. But we focus really on knowledge both within and outside of the classroom. So whether it is something related to your major or something you're just interested in. So if you're researching something that might not be your major, but it is, increasing your knowledge, that's also something that is encouraged within the program. So a couple of scholars that have done multiple things over the past years, semesters, it's been a little bit, but we don't have as many recent pictures because of COVID, so everything was a little bit virtual. Unless you want that Zoom screenshot. So these are a little bit, not dated, not too bad, but people still have one thing, it's just that the pictures are not there yet. And then leadership. So one thing is trying to be a leader both within the program, within the honors college, within the campus, and in the community. And this can happen also ways showing up, at various university events that are happening. One that's actually coming up that hasn't happened at UTSA in a couple of years is UTSA Day of Service. And this is something that we are taking a more active role in doing this year, where UTSA basically goes out into the community and does 20 different volunteer events in one day, and we try to help the community. The top scholars will be kind of liaisons between the university and all these organizations this year, so it's a really amazing opportunity. Do volunteer in some of the other general days program days that happen in the beginning of the semester. We engage with other offices on campus. The Multicultural Student Center for Equity and Justice, they host the Civil Rights and Social Justice Trip, which right now I think is currently going on, and you learn about civil rights and social justice in San Antonio and different places that are historical in San Antonio, and that's happening this semester, and top scholars have been involved in it. That specific one, as well as the one that's a little bit more national and you go across multiple states living. And then multiple banquets that happen on campus, scholars have always had a presence there as well. So trying to show up in the university, there are lots of councils and committees on campus that you will always find the top scholar on. So being a leader within that as well. And then here's a couple others. So on the right, that's a couple of top scholars that were Archer Fellows in Washington, D.C. I think there's 2 right now currently that are in Washington, D.C. And so that's also learning about policy, spend a whole semester, I believe, learning about policy and really applying it to your major. I believe it is open to all majors, and so another opportunity is also to choose to be a leader in your community and in society in general. And then service, yeah, I skipped over this finish, we'll talk a little bit more about Adopt a Spot, but one thing that we do, that's been a part of Adopt Scholar, I think it is a service tradition at this point, is Adopt a Spot. We have a highway, laptop card road, that's where it's at, and we clean that every semester. I believe it's cleaned every weekend by a different set of scholars. And we've won an award for our efforts there. And we've also generally been involved in all sorts of campus service events. I think this was mentioned a little bit earlier, we have a student organization within Top Scholar that is student led by, which I am currently leading, and we work on doing service, social events. We have multiple wonderful directors that put a lot of events together to make sure that we're engaged, not just with each other, but with the community in general. So there's a lot that's always going on, and we can pick and choose which are ones that are available for. And so, what does it mean to be a top scholar? A really big word, I guess, that comes into mind is the idea of a community of scholars. It's not just nerdy people, right? I guess we're all pretty nerdy, but like we're like friendly with each other, and we hang out with each other, we go to dinner with each other, we work out together, we make friends across, not just freshmen, not just sophomore, across the cohorts. And it is a community of high achieving people that are coming in contact with opportunities that you might be interested in, and you have all sorts of like really, really interesting conversations day in, day out. You live with these people, you meet at least once a week with these people. So it's really a part of a community that is striving for something greater, whether it's within your nature and in the campus in general. And if you ask everyone, current top scholars, they'll give you a different definition of what it means for them to be a top scholar, but you will hear the recurring theme of the community within, whether it's just your cohort or if it's the full program in general. So getting into some of the more specific details, so the program benefits, again, you do get this ready, supportive community of scholars. I think we'll talk a little bit more about retreat, but one of the really cool things we get to do at the beginning of every academic year is we have a retreat that happens at least a week away from the beginning of school, and you spend about 2-3 days with each other, and we're doing a lot of team building, fun sessions, getting to know some of the other scholars, a lot of just hanging out with each other, talking and learning a little bit more about each other, and you get to assess yourself as a leader, where you want to be, set some goals. This is a fun experience in that as a freshman or first year, you might not know anyone on campus, and so this is a great opportunity to get to know some people that are ready and willing to help you, like learn a little bit more about the campus. Once you move it on campus, they will take you to see your classes before classes start. They'll show you where all the fun study spots are, which kind of eases you into college, because those are some of the things that you don't necessarily think are going to stress you out, but they end up stressing you out. There's a lot of signature events and experiences that are not just in general, but they're specific to what you want to do. So we talked about Archer. Not everyone ends up doing Archer. Some people do research. You don't have to do research. So depending on the things that you want to do, you can do internships, you can study abroad. There's also personalized leadership and professional development opportunities, some from the university as well as from the general community. The big thing is that Top Scholar over the years has built quite a reputation and has connections with people all over, not just at UTSA, but the community. So if you're interested in doing some kind of opportunity, there is a very, I'll say a 99% chance that if you bring it up to Christy, our program director, she will know someone that you can talk to that will get you that opportunity, or at least you're putting the door into knowing who to talk to about those things. And so it is quite a great privilege to be able to do that, to be able to say, hey, Christy, I heard about this happening on campus, and I'm interested in being a part of that committee. And she said, do you want to participate in this? You say yes, she'll talk to the people for you, and you end up on some committee, like I ended up on President Amy's Student Advisory Council my freshman year. So it is a lot, but it is up to whatever you want to experience on campus. But they will challenge you to, learn more, to try and be more of a leader on much different experience than a lot of people coming in as not as a part of this program. You do get sponsored study abroad. I'll talk a little bit more about this later on, and then I'll give the seniors who have studied abroad, like Taylor, a little bit, as well as Tyler, a little bit of a chance to talk about their experiences abroad and how they learned about those experiences. You are auto enrolled in Honors College. I'm sure you heard a little bit about this as well. And it is a 4-year comprehensive merit scholarship. It covers the full cost of attendance. So tuition fees, room board. Ask questions about that if you have any. We have Assistant Dean Bueno in the back to answer any questions about that as well if you are unsure of any of those details. So study abroad, you can again study abroad with any UTSA-led study abroad. There are quite a bit that are starting to happen again. There was quite a lot before COVID, but again, due to COVID, we haven't had anyone study abroad in the past few years. We just have somebody currently in Italy right now that's, once it recently just got approved. But this will be a thing over the next couple of years. If there are questions again, I'll hand it over to any of the seniors, whoever wants to start about their experience abroad and how that went for you.
Go for it, Taylor.
Hi, y'all. Here, I'll stand up so y'all don't have to break your neck. My name is Taylor Humkamp. I actually graduated in May 2021, so I'm pretty fresh out of this school. And I studied global affairs, Russian, and linguistics. So in regards to study abroad, I actually studied abroad 4 times with UTSA. All UTSA programs, nothing external and third party. And my first study abroad was my freshman year. It was a week long in Mexico, actually just over a week. It was attached to one of those honors courses that you're automatically part of as a top scholar. So right off the bat, once things open up a little bit more, there are opportunities for you through the honors college and through Top Scholar to take those experiences and do experiential learning, not only in your own communities, but in the global community. So I studied abroad in Guadalajara, Mexico. I studied abroad in Moscow, Russia, Germany, Frankfurt, Germany, Geneva, Switzerland, and I spent a full semester in Urbino, Italy. So if you have any questions about study abroad, I have either heard of it or done it, so please come my way. And the support that Top Scholar gives you throughout that experience is amazing. I had actually never gone anywhere for an extended period of time, especially overseas, before I came to college. So it was a little bit daunting, a little bit scary. It's a different language, and Top Scholar is there to support you through everything. UTSA also has great support for the cultural understanding, immersion, and all that fun stuff that you'll inevitably learn as you decide where you want to study abroad. But like I said, the support and the community are so great that even while I was in Italy, without any other Top Scholars there, I maintained those connections to people. I actually got really close to Catherine here while I was in Italy, which is kind of odd. You don't think that, nowadays, this is pre-COVID, so Zoom was kind of an odd thing back then. But you still maintain those connections with your cohort and with the wider program, and I can't speak highly enough about it. So like I said, if you all have any questions, come my way. And Kylie has a slightly different experience, so kick it off.
Yeah, I actually went abroad with another Top Scholar. We're completely different degrees. I got my degree in kinesiology. I graduated in 2020. And I'm currently in physical therapy program. So he is an electrical engineer, currently working for the NSA, and we happened to find a program that let us kind of get what we needed, because for me, my degree was really squished together, and that was my one opportunity to study abroad. But the advisors that you get connected to as part of Top Scholar helped me figure out how I could fit something in and still get a meaningful experience, even though it was kind of I don't want to say 1 in a million shot, but pretty low odds that something would work out. So yeah, it worked really well. If you have any questions, feel free to let me know. And then Michael also studied abroad.
Yep, I had an independent study abroad, so that's going to be different than Taylor's experience. I think a little more similar to Kylie's. Context. I'm a computer science and math major. I ended up going to Budapest, Hungary for the summer. It was about 2 months where I was taking a couple math classes there. One thing I would recommend, as Taylor touched on it, language. When you do get an opportunity to study abroad, you can take a little time to learn more about the language. I think that was one of the things that I regretted not knowing enough Hungarian going in. It makes it easier to engage with the culture and have a better experience overall. So then I think Taylor hit all of the big points. So that's it.
Thank you so much to our alumni for, again, making yourself available to join us at this presentation after our semester. So again, I mentioned retreat, so it is, I think last year we did it, it was virtual, but not last year, but the year before. And then this start of this last fall, we were in person, which is really nice. You get to see the city happens downtown. There's we planned at least one event that takes you through the city and explore the downtown San Antonio. We have in the past consistently gone on the boat ride in the Riverwalk, and it's like very standing one where it's really nice stuff. Do also get presentations from like some VIPs from the campus. I know Provost Dr. Espy also comes quite a bit to speak. The Dean Kelly comes along and does a speech as well. So a lot of people, you get some connections as well in terms of if there's people you might find interesting, they'll probably present something there. And then some of those team building exercises are also put together by current scholars, older scholars. So that's also fun. They're not like your typical team building exercises, which makes them very interesting. And we'll talk a little bit more about that as well. Again, there is. On these are some really fresh pictures from I believe these were from last semester, from Guadalupe Hall. So all of you all, if you're on campus, well, you will be on campus here in Guadalupe Hall. And yeah, feel free to ask any questions about that. It is pretty new, it has a lot of neat stuff in it, has a little coffee shop on the first floor, a lot of study spaces, hangout spaces in there, and it's more of a community. Like it's really, you connect with the people that are living around you a little bit more. There are double occupancy rooms, you can see that picture in the middle right there. But if you have any questions, feel free to ask about that. You will get to tour as well. Get to see it on the day, whenever the day of your interview. You'll be able to see people hanging around in some of those spaces as well. And then, so in terms of maintaining eligibility, you must maintain the GPA above 3.5. If it does fall below that, you do get kind of a probationary period where you work extensively to try and see what you can do to bring that up. You're working closely with Christine on staff as well. You are taking at least 15 credit hours per semester, but this also differs. Sometimes you can petition for less than that, depending on the things that are going on. So you might have another meaningful experience that you're having to go do that might take up that space for a class. And if you can work in your schedule and talk to Christy about it, then that's also allowable. We do have all scholar meetings that happen every Thursday. They're about 15 minutes. And these are really leadership development opportunities, professional development opportunities, but they also just bring in different community partners to speak about opportunities that are available to you, people from UTSA. But we also use those times as kind of like de-stress times. So in the past, last semester specifically, Marissa over here planned a whole painting thing. We just did for 15 minutes, which is great, like de-stress. No one expected it to happen, so it's very nice for people to feel like in the middle of midterms, you get to just relax.
Watching Rob Rice.
And we have Robert Ross video in black. I don't know how many people tried to keep up with it. He was moving really fast, but we tried. It was great. We had a lot of great pieces from that. I wish I'd been able to find the pictures to put up on here from some of the pieces, but if I can find them, they will be in the slide, and you might see them later on the next couple of days. And And then we also just plan events, so I told you about the student leadership within TF Top Scholar, and we planned quite a lot of events. We had a potluck happen on Friday, had a whole competition called Black Scholar Standing. I won't explain the whole, like, the details of that, but if you happen to run into Swabansi, she's a sophomore, current scholar, she can explain, everything about it since she was the one that came up with it and ran it. So there's a lot of events that are happening. We also host events, not just for top scholars, but our events are open as well to honor students. We collaborate with the Terry Scholars, as well quite a bit. And then we also try to make sure that we're making events that are also for the full campus community, or if we're not planning them, we're helping with sort of like really large events that we do. Quite recently, we also had a volunteer event that was put together by Leadership and Volunteer Services and Office here on campus, and it was cleaning up a creek that hadn't been cleaned in like 2 years, but like there was at least over 70 people that showed up. It was insane. It was like people from all over campus, and by the time like maybe an hour later, it was unidentified place, super clean, super nice. So it's always nice to be part of those events and to be able to represent Top Scholar in those spaces. Again, what is a Top Scholar? It is, a Top Scholar really is, again, a high achieving student that is, aware of their environment, that are afforded a lot of opportunities, and you're willing to take the chance in terms of learning a bit more about society and the things around you and trying. So we've got Top Scholars everywhere. Kayla right there in the middle, Cameron, and I think that's Kaylee on an honors trip that she went through some of the biggest and national parks in the nation. So all different backgrounds, all different interests, but all really high achieving students that are doing amazing things across campus. And then again, I think you might have seen Cameron in the video that Kristen played earlier, saying that he works at Google. So amazing people. And here are a few other shots, Top Scholars again. I really like, I don't remember who like the picture is of, but it is also one of the experiences that we do that kind of challenges you to get out of your comfort zone, get on a fireworks course with some of your peers, get to know them a bit more. We have a book really like a signed reading over the summer that we typically do, and we discuss it at retreat. It's always a fun conversation. They're really nice books that get you thinking about things happening in society. It's really a place where you kind of voice your thoughts on the book and to engage in like really good conversations about them. Again, you have scholars that do research, and hang out quite a bit, hang out with other campus officials that depending on the things you're interested in. But I can guarantee you that I interact with at least someone that works on campus at least once a week. Like whether it's by email or I gotta go say, hey, I need this from you. I interact quite a bit. I've interacted with, again, Jen Bueno. If I need something, like even the pictures that I showed you up there, I had to send her a message. I was like, hey, I need some updated pictures for housing. She's like, I got you. So you get access to a lot of people that are willing to work with you, and they trust you, and they know you're a responsible student. So Top Scholars are well-renowned students on this campus, and it is quite a privilege to be within the program, as well as also just a fun community. Like we get to go to the football game and hang out, get on the pitch, and wave the cameras and look all fantastic. People get to know about you and learn a little bit more about the program as well. But here are a few testimonies. I won't read them to you. Please feel free to read from some of our current and alumni as well, and then I think there's a couple more. Yeah, I think the 3 people on top have all graduated, and then Grace is a junior currently, so. And here's again another one, some older scholars There we go. So, does anyone have any specific questions about anything that I went over or that I might not have in the slides?
So do you have a favorite service project with them?
My favorite service project of them? Yes, I do. And I'll answer, but some of the questions we can save them for the town. But one of the top scholars who it was in my cohort started an organization called Good Samaritans on Campus, and it was working with a community partner that's, I forget what side of town they're on, but it's a little bit further out. But we used to go and we mentor these kids. So after school, it was really nice because it's not really structured time. It's just time for them to spend with someone, a college student, and just talk about what they want to do. I used to go and I had this, he was a third grader. His name was Leo. He played basketball. He really liked basketball. He'd always beat me. I don't play basketball. I learned. So I didn't beat him. I'm quite competitive, but it was really nice to just be and to see how excited students would get to engage, like when their mentor is there, like, oh, my mentor is here. I don't have to hang out with y'all. So it was like really impactful to realize that like just me spending time with someone, like just taking maybe a few hours from my Friday to do that, had an impact on someone else. And also just seeing the impact that community center was having on the community as a whole. So that's been my favorite one. It did have to shut down a little bit because of COVID, and we have been trying to resurrect it, but it's been a little bit harder, as it has been hard for the community center itself. But that's been my favorite one.
How is leadership development personalized?
No, that's a good question. So it's really up to, the things that you want to achieve. So whether it's you going to a conference that's specific to your major, what you're studying, that is leadership development. There are other like really specific opportunities that come with the university that you can participate in that are meant towards like just learning more about how you learning about your leadership style or things like that. Or you can also join organizations, be a leader in an organization that is leadership development that is personal to what you are doing.
Oh, and as for research opportunities, are there research opportunities partnered with UT Health, or are most of them centralized and on campus?
I can answer that.
Yes.
It depends on who you're working with, because like in the kinesiology department, there are some professors who work at UT Health and they do a lot of community programs. Like there's one specifically, Dr. Chung, who she goes out into the community and does like faith-based health interventions, and she has community partner with UT Health. And then there are other like some that just work with specific physicians and different things. So it depends on who the professors are and like their individual projects, but there are definitely like community and different partners.
I think there's probably more opportunities now because our health services is now overseen by UT Health. So that's a recent transition that happened within the last 6 months. I suspect there's going to be more opportunities there as well.
Thank you.
And we're gonna take a short break, like 10 minutes, and then we'll start the panel and like you can ask any questions. Feel free to ask any questions. But yeah, feel free to walk around, grab some water, and then we'll get started at
You're a little bit more moved, like even I'm a little bit rusty. I'm like, just fresh out of it. Are you still? Oh, so you didn't. Okay, that's what I'm hearing. I did one of this, Tracy Reps, right? Okay, got it. Maybe I just completed so I'm actually getting a degree with UC, so I'm doing law and master's of Russian. Yeah, it's pretty fitting. You're gonna bet on that before I graduate.
That's 20 minutes.
There you go. But are you in Central? So, do you want to like settle down here?
We'll see.
TBD. How did COVID impact your job at all? Did it, or was it just?
Some of it. So for a little while there, we're actually working.
Yeah.
It's like a mix.
And is it difficult in that career? Not really. Okay. Yeah. That's true. Like I was just curious. Sometimes the programs you need to run are stronger, so you need a strong computer. So I mean, yeah. Well, that's good to hear that. Do you prefer working from home?
Yeah, I think it works.
That's true. Yeah, I feel that. Yeah. It's all in person right now, and oh my god, I'm so glad I'm doing a dual degree because I'm not gonna do it, but like there's so many secrets and there's like so many megalomaniac people that are just like all about themselves. Oh my god, they're talking about
I never quite hear at the end where they decide
That's interesting. UTSA specifically, it's a big campus of 33,000 students. But within like your major, it's super niche and small, so you're constantly meeting people that know other people that do things. Anyway, I'm gonna go grab something. I'm gonna go real quick because I'm not gonna this like.
I think we should grab some water, but
I don't know.
probably a good idea.
Yeah, especially for the channels you're creating.
Yeah, the ones, pictures, like the one that you should go for, that.
What's up?
Water. Water.
You want me to go get you one?
No, you're good. I'll look through it.
No.
I hope we're not being too loud.
You sure you don't want one? I'm gonna go back downstairs and then You know what? I'm gonna ask for one.
There's some other.
There's some?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Let's try to get all these people in here. I don't be too loud for them.
I'll just sit here. Oh, thank you. I got them at like square. That's the first literally,
Hey, yo. Hey, man. I just want to say hi.
Hey. We're gonna go ahead and get started. I'll try to make sure that we're not doing too much of this in there, but yeah. This is the panel. We do have the alumni here as well. But we'll just start with some general introductions. I do have a list of some pre-prepared questions, but if you have something that come up, like please feel free to raise your hand and we can answer it. But we can start with Dylan over there and then we'll count up.
Where's the freaking water?
Then I'll just name your hometown classification and.
My name is Dylan. I'm a third year top scholar. I'm a cybersecurity major, also minoring in computer science. I'm from right here in San Antonio. I actually went to high school right down the road at Brandeis High School. And yeah.
Hi y'all, my name is Jesus, but most everyone call me Jesse. I'm a second year top scholar. I'm a double major of electrical engineering and computer engineering with a minor in computer science. And I'm from Brownsville, Texas.
Hi everyone, I'm Marissa Copen. I'm a biology major with a psychology minor. I'm switching to neuroscience soon, and I'm from San Antonio, Texas. I went to Warren High School.
Hey guys, I'm Carolina Gonzalez. I'm a first year student. I'm from Laredo, but I was raised in Nuevo Laredo in the Mexican part. My major right now is biochemistry, but I'm changing to neuroscience with a minor in chemistry.
And two persons seems good. Very important.
It's hometown.
Hometowns, yeah.
Hometown high school. So again, Taylor Helmkamp, studied global affairs, Russian linguistics, and I'm from McAllen, Texas, and I went to McAllen High School.
Michael Cartwright again. I'm from San Antonio and I went to Brennan High School. Was that San
Kyla Dugan, I graduated in 2020 degree in kinesiology, and I went to Oklahoma.
And I went to high school in the southeast side of town, East Central High School. So I'll start with a general question. So what made you choose UTSA? I'll field it to some of the younger scholars that are, I guess, more relatable to y'all in here, but
Yeah, I can go. So I like a big city feel normally, but I do like a community. Like I don't want to feel like, I don't know, like I'm in a big crowd, I guess, all the time. And I feel like UTSA, it's a big campus, but it doesn't feel big. You know, like you can make a lot of friends and like it overlaps a lot of different things. So you can get the big feel of like any organization you want to join, you can join. There's a lot of different diversity, but you won't feel too lost here. That's why.
Yeah, exactly. Same, because it's not like very, very big, but not very, very small. So you have like the best of both worlds, I guess. So yeah, I think that would be it. And also because it's close to home, personally, and like I don't get homesick that much because it's like 2.5 hours away, so I can just take a bus.
And I feel like you always hear this, especially when you're looking at schools, that you don't want to just be a number. And I can tell you right now, for this program and for the Honors College, you're definitely not a number. You are a person that's connected with many, many different people in the Honors College.
those answers. And again, if you have a question, I can alternate as well. We have a list of questions. If you have a really burning question you want to ask, feel free, and then we can go from there. But if not, I can ask the next question. What has been the best part of your time here at UTSA? And I'll start over here. Well, what was your best time at UTSA?
Oh, geez. I would say like being a top scholar gave me friendships that I continue to see people all the time, like even my fellow scholars who went off to different states to do grad school and jobs and whatnot, like we still get together. And now the Zoom being everywhere, we get to do it more often. And then also it really prepared me for grad school. My grad school program is so similar to top scholar, like kind of magically, that I felt right at home and I was so well prepared to really succeed. So
Don't mind that. Anyone else want to take on that question?
Yeah, I guess I'll answer that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. So I think the question was your best time
Yeah.
at UTSA, right? I think my best time at UTSA has actually been this semester. Because this semester, just since January, right? Because this semester has been really a semester where I finally know enough from being here and from talking to people to build a network of people that I can work with and communicate with and share opportunities with. And so this semester I'm involved in a lot of different things that I really enjoy doing. I'm working with an internship and I'm doing research, and we kicked off a new project in research that hopefully should end with a publishable paper and stuff like that. So I feel like it's really easy as a freshman to maybe get involved in something and then go, well, I'm not sure I like this, let me try something else, right? And you may do that for a little while, no matter where you go, top scholar or no, right? And so this semester's been really cool because I feel like everything I'm doing I'm really invested and happy with. So that's my answer to that question.
Next question. What has been the most surprising part of your experience at UTSA?
I can go. I guess from a research perspective, I expected labs, like especially joining a lab so soon, I expected it to be like more stuffy, I guess. Like not, like of course it's a serious thing, right? You're doing research to hopefully, save lives someday, right? But I think I didn't expect the lab to be such a family for me. So like my lab, we always do like socials, like sometimes after like lab meetings, like my supervisor will take me to get ice cream. So really it's just like, I don't know, it's a fun
fun thing, and I think that's what surprised me the most about research.
And I'll ask follow-up questions, but how did you get into that lab?
I forgot to mention that. So what I did, I saw a presentation from someone, a faculty member at a meeting that I was at, and I was able to just like cold email, which is like email without anyone else emailing for me. And I mentioned that I'm a top scholar and that I just joined, and they really liked that name line. Like I was even told that they like top scholars a lot, and so that's kind of what got me in the door. And then I talked about kind of using my interview skills. From here, I was able to kind of get my way in there.
Anyone else grad?
Yeah, I'll answer that one too. The surprising part for me is similar to what Marissa was talking about, which was the willingness of everybody at the university to kind of communicate and network with you and get to know you if you make the effort, right? And Top Scholar helps you get the first foot in the door with that. So after being here for 3 years as an older scholar now, which still feels weird to say, being able to go, oh yeah, someone in that department or somebody who is involved with this sort of research or this sort of activity or I'm looking for something with this, I know people who do that because I was able to, largely with the help of Top Scholar and Christy and older scholars who were able to point me in the right direction, I'm able to kind of build that network I was talking about earlier, which has been really cool. So one of the things that helped with that was my research lab, which I was able to join because it was actually the PI, primary investigator for that research lab, was my faculty meeting at selection when I was here. So I got to know her at selection, and then afterwards, when I came to UTSA, sent her an email, and by the time I walked out of a meeting with her, that first meeting with her, I was in the lab. So I think the willingness of people to network and get to know you is really, was surprising. I expected it to be much more difficult to get to know people at the university than it was.
Actually, follow up. The way that I got my lab was through Dylan.
Yeah.
So we're actually roommates, and we hadn't really talked too much before. And as soon as we started talking, I was like, "Yeah, there's a really cool lab. We need a DCE somewhere in there." And sure enough, I ended up starting to work in this lab. So like, it's that network of not only your own scholars, but everyone else in the university.
That, how has being a top scholar impacted your time at UTSA? Anyone?
Because, so aside from Mexican high school, Catholic, we were like 30 people in my class. So coming here was really impactful to see everyone, like a lot of people in a huge campus. And being here, I felt like I was seen and I was heard. And I wasn't just like a number. So besides like the faculty and Christy, I think like the fellow scholars, the older scholars like really helped me get through this process. So like it was really, like I felt I was in a community and a program rather than just like, college. So yes.
Top Scholar helps connect you to an immense number of opportunities. Sometimes you might even say too many at one time. And so it's important to see them and understand what you can use, which opportunities you can take to best help you get where you need to.
That's a really good point.
And I'll just say, I'm a first year law student, and being a top scholar as an undergrad has followed me. You are a top scholar for life. One of my best friends is a top scholar in medical school in the Austin area. We still get together. But the whole UT system, and now more and more as more top scholars graduate, we really are making a name for ourselves as alumni as well. That name follows you forever, and that does open doors. Like whenever I was Archer Fellow, for instance, I was not the first Archer Fellow that was a top scholar. In fact, I was one of very, very many before me. And because of that, I think that helped me get a State Department internship, because being a top scholar is so unique, and not only the label, but the experiences that come with it really build you as a person, both professionally, personally, and also help you achieve the goals that you have for yourself. So I can't, like I said, not say enough for how top scholars helped me in my own successes, both during undergraduate and now even following undergraduate.
And I can attest to like, there's been so many times as a freshman that I would go to career fairs on campus and I'd put on my suit and I'd put on my badge. And I'd go out to talk to people. Scholar, what is that? And I'll tell them like, oh, okay. It's like hard. Email me and we can interview you. I was like, like, they're not even there looking for my nature, but they're like, we go in office and I'll make you sit and get talk to them for you. Like, things like that happen. And I would intentionally do that because I know people will be curious. Like, what is that? Never heard of that? They might have heard of it and they will still want to talk to you. And so it is a pretty amazing experience that you realize how many doors it opens for you and how many, the things that you do as well as a top scholar open doors for other top scholars. Like I as a senior, I can introduce freshmen or the sophomores to experience that I had, or to like a faculty member that I talked to that has opportunities that they might be interested in. So it is quite really good community to be in. Next question. How has the Top Scholar program helped you in a time of toughness and COVID and there's been a lot, but I'll field it to some of the
Yeah, I think more generally, like on a personal level, and having like a personal challenge. Usually, I mean, I always talk to fellow scholars, so sometimes like just having dinner together at like the dining hall or like several restaurants on campus has really helped me just to get through like personal challenges and even academic ones, because these people understand you, understand like what you want to do, and like I guess we're all like-minded individuals, but want to succeed in our individual areas. So having people that understand your specific problems is helping a lot. Just reaching out to that. Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, it has been like I said, I was really like homesick because it was hard for me since I come like Mexico. I lived there, so it's my first language. So like I knew English, of course, like from school, but it's different to talk to people that talk English because they talk sometimes like really fast and I get nervous and I'm like, I don't know my accent. So being here, they were like they accepted me. And like for example, when they're like I don't know stressed. For example, my roommates are like, have you showered? Have you eaten? Have you slept? And the little things that you need to do as a human, of course, but like they check on you. And it has like people checking in on you. Like I was in a service party one day and then there was one fellow scholar that taught me and he was like, are you okay? And then we went to buy soup and then he bought me one. Like just little things, like it was a highlight of my day. So yeah, just having people that that are there for you.
And I don't have too much to add to that, but the one thing I will say is that one big thing that helps is the dorm situation. So the fact that we all live on campus and we all live together. So it allows you to, that community that you're talking about that was able to help you at a specific time, living with them or like down the hall from them makes it really easy, because if I'm having a tough time, I can call, obviously I have my roommate, Jesse, but then I can also call other friends like my friend Grace, right? She's another person in my cohort at Top Scholar. And if one of us needs something or needs help something, needs to talk something through, recently I've been applying for Archer, and Grace has been helping me talk through a lot of my essays and stuff like that. She's right down the hall. So I can just kind of pop into her room, or she can come pop into mine and just kind of chat about that, right? And that makes it super useful because, in high school and in other places where you might be living off on your own, it's going to be like, okay, well, I could go, but I got this, and it's a 20-minute drive there, right? You don't have to deal with any of that when you're just right down the hall.
Especially having like an older scholar that's your same major, you have someone that's very close. Usually you're gonna live like, what, not even a minute walk away.
Yeah.
You have to go up the stairs too. You have to go up another set of stairs in 3. But like, it really is great having, for example, like we hang out with, he's my roommate, we hang out with Grace a lot. Grace lives right down home and down the stairs. So like 2 minutes. It's really, really, really nice having that, just in case you're not feeling that good, or man, I have a 10-page paper due and I just realized that I'm not doing that well, I gotta do it all. These people help you get through tough times. They care for each other.
And again, I like the highlight in terms of closeness with your cohort as well as with upperclassmen. I distinctly remember closely almost failing my first exam in college, and one other person in my cohort had a very similar grade, and we bonded over that. It was nice to be like, we're struggling, it's not just me, there's somebody else, and we're gonna work to like make sure we do well for the rest of the semester. But it was like nice to just feel like, okay, I'm not alone. This is a hard class, it's a tough class, it's not just a me problem. And so you'll find those moments if you're feeling homesick. upperclassmen are always trying to make sure that, you know, you're okay, they're talking to you, and you know that they have this genuine concern for you, which makes you feel a little bit more like at home. Because it can be intimidating being around people that, especially with upperclassmen, that you hear have achieved so many things, and you're like, I don't even know where I want to be in the next 2 years. But they will make you feel at home, they will validate your feelings, and make sure that, you know, you have space to grow, space to be on your own, but also to be with other people and to hang out as well. And then, how has the Top Squad program helped your transition to college?
I'll take that one. So one of the things that, aside from the whole, you know, dorming, getting to know people, getting all of that, living on your own, because we've touched on that a little already, one of the things that Top Scholar really helped put in my head is that, like, you are in college, you now get to decide what you do with your path and your life and your goals, right? Previously, we're all in Texas, right? You all got to choose an endorsement at the start of high school, unless it was like a private school or something, and you all still had to take your core classes. You still had to be there from 8 to 5 every day. You still had to, you know, do whatever. And at no point in high school, at least for me, did I ever feel like, okay, all of the things I'm doing are mine. I own them, and I'm pushing towards something, right? And what Top Scholar helped me realize by being able to see people like I remember seeing Heather, I remember talking with Taylor and Carl and others. Kristen also comes to mind. And being able to see what they were doing and what they've taken their 4 years to accomplish and do helped me really realize, like, I get to choose what I want to do, right? If I don't like this thing over here, I just don't, right? Just don't do it if it doesn't help me achieve my goals. And so I get to forge that path for myself and take my goals and ambitions into my own hands, which is something that I think for a lot of us, because if you're sitting in this room, you're a high achieving student, right? I think for, at least for me, was something I've been wanting to do for a long time, but I've got this, and I've got high school, and I've got living with parents and obligations there, right? And here you get to really decide what those obligations look like. And Top Scholar helped me realize that.
Can I add on to that? That's also something that I think people maybe get a little scared about when doing the application process, is like you have to declare one thing and you are stuck with that one thing. But in reality, this program is so supportive of you figuring out what you want to do and how you want to get there. It is not unheard of for people to change majors, even if they're getting into the program, because maybe you came in thinking one thing, but you saw a meeting and someone said, this is the research that I do in a completely different field. And you go, yeah, I never really thought about that. I didn't know that you could do that. And so you have the ability and the resources to figure out how someone does something like that. And you are empowered to take those options instead of just feeling like, well, my parents wanted me to do biology so I could become a doctor, and now I'm here, and I told people that I wanted to be a doctor, so I'm stuck. Like, that is not at all the case. They're very supportive if you have something, when you discover something new that you want to try.
Okay, so.
So next question.
Okay.
I have like one question, I know it's kind of like random, but, so like for people who are doing multidisciplinary studies, like search for nursing, things like that, does this getting into this program, does it kind of give you direct, enrollment into like nursing, like for example, if you are doing multidisciplinary studies, does it give you that direct access to actually being in the nursing school with UTSA? Or do you still have to kind of, well, I mean, of course, stuff to work, but does it kind of give you that direct, or do you guys have it?
So the way that the pre-nursing program at UTSA works, and probably the stuff you've been seeing online is different from how it's been in previous years. They just kind of overhauled that, I think, well.
Yeah, you have to do a 4-year degree, but you declare that that's your intention is to go to nursing. And so they have trained advisors, you'll work with our honors counselors to make sure that you apply and get admitted to the nursing program. Yep.
Yeah, so while it's not an automatic guarantee, one thing I can say, this does not just apply to nursing, this applies to anything, research experiences, internships, jobs, grad schools, right? The Top Scholar and greater honors community, Lydia, and you haven't met Dr. Chapman yet, but he's our director of nationally competitive awards and stuff like that. They are more than happy to read any application, help you proof your resume, right? And they have been doing this for long enough and have known enough people that they know what's going to get you in. They know how to structure your application, right? If you want to go to PT school, they have the knowledge from when Kylie did it to know, okay, this is how you do this, right? And so those resources are given to you.
Thank you. Another question?
Yeah, hello, my name is Pratik. Applying as a cybersecurity major. major, and this is more like a general question. You guys have mentioned a lot about these like massive projects, internships, stuff like that. But what does like the average day for like a top scholar student look like? How much like time do you guys have to yourself? Stuff like
Well,
that?
the thing is.
It's a great question. You don't work on a major project every day, do you?
No. I would hope not. You'd really be the toughest of scholars, but so I mean, it really is hard to answer that question just because every scholar's day looks so different. Like for example, his day might start with he goes to the SOC, so the security
operations.
something like that. And he starts with that. And versus I have class in the morning and then research in the afternoon. Versus Melissa might have research in the like it's very difficult, but there are I guess parts that comprise it. So definitely some sort of research and internship and class of course. Please don't skip class.
But I will say, I'm just going to like make this known because while to us it seems obvious because we've been doing this, I remember like sitting here and not really grasping this, is that in high school, most of you have been in class from 8 to 4, right? And that's what you're doing is class from 8 to 4. And that is no longer the case. For us, if you have 3 classes in a day, you're like, holy crap, this is a lot, right? Like, how did I ever do this in high school? So while college is harder, right, and and the content is greater and stuff, as you would expect moving on, they call it higher education for a reason, it's also, you have more time to dictate what you're gonna do because you're not sitting in class from 8 to 4, 5 days a week, right? My Fridays are off. Mondays and Wednesdays, I have 1 class, that's an hour and a half. Tuesdays and Thursdays, I have 2 classes that are both an hour and a half, right? And so the rest of that time is time I can spend on projects, time I can spend on applications, time I can spend on my internship, whatever the case may be, right? So does that kind of answer your question?
I mean, it could be 9 a.m. you roll out of bed and go to Roadrunner Cafe. 10 a.m. you walk to your first class. At noon you go to the rec and workout. At 2 p.m. you come to the honors lounge and play Uno. At 4 p.m. you have your scholar meeting. Then y'all go to dinner together, and then that could be your typical day. So you have so much flexibility. I mean, we see the scholars in the honors lounge all the time. We see them at the rec all the time. We see them doing service all the time. So you get to do a lot of fun things, but you're in the campus on the community. Yeah.
So to be fair though, I've heard of someone that schedules their classes after 12:30 so they can wake up like at 12 and be like, all right, we're good.
Yeah. Because you can do that.
But you can do, that's the thing, you really do, and it was going back to Dylan's point like a couple questions ago. This is all you now. Like when you get to higher education, it becomes what you want to do. You get that choice now.
And it's okay to have downtime too. I know like you see like those videos of people like their day in the life is like packed, but it's not always like that. You know, you can have like the day of Fridays off for done to that. And I also have Wednesdays off. So I usually work that morning and I can, like early if I want to or something like that. Just like take time for yourself. Yes, I wanted to try that because I was talking with my friends who were like, we see like a typical day in a law student's day. So we're like, I wake up at 5 a.m. and then work out for 2 hours and then I study for 7 hours. And I'm like, yeah, I was like, definitely. That was one time I had a meeting and I was so sad that I had a 3-hour nap. And that was my day. So then some others like I wake up at 7 a.m. and then I go to sleep at 2 a.m. because I'm working all day and then I feel like super energized and motivated. And it's the same week and it's like something like Tuesday, Wednesday. So it feels like really sad when I see TikToks and they're like, yeah, I just worked out and I had a super healthy dinner. I just like took like the whole day and that was my goal. So yeah, everyone's different. It's up to you and it's really okay to have downtime because we're high achieving. So it's normal, I guess.
So in the Top Scholar program, are you able to like be a part of a bunch of programs that are outside of Top Scholar, like in extracurriculars and stuff? Like I was hoping to join like an orchestra or something.
Yeah.
We actually have quite a few scholars that are in the orchestra, I believe. The cool thing is that, so Top Scholar has certain requirements, right? Certain times you have to do things. We have our weekly meeting, that's an hour every week, right? We have this weekend, right, selection, this whole event, us planning and running this event is like a huge thing that we do, right? We have other things, we have our retreat, we've got certain different like service days or whatever, but I haven't met a single Top Scholar, feel free to correct me, that would say that the requirements of Top Scholar hinder you from doing anything else. For me, I spend the better part of 15 to 20 hours a week mentoring a local high school robotics team, right? And I'm able to do that, right? So something like an orchestra or even a music minor, or whatever it may be, you definitely have the ability to join extracurriculars, and it's encouraged.
And I will say that our advisor is very flexible. You know, when it comes to extracurriculars, you know, don't get me wrong, that's on the side. But if, for example, we have like a class during the meeting, okay, that's fine. You know, like you're never gonna get like you're always gonna be able to talk to someone about that. And yeah, extracurriculars and stuff like that, like I'm the person with the job. So you can have different organizations like that. Like Mafar with TSSO, we all, like Melissa with TSSO, everyone has a different extracurricular.
Jesse, but what is TSSO?
I knew this question was gonna come. I forget, yeah, I heard about it in Monday. So TSSO is Top Scholars Organization, not to be confused with, I'm not gonna raise them.
No.
The Terry Scholars Organization. We're both TSSO, we usually have something called TSSO, but that's usually our in-house like extracurricular that hosts different events for scholars, so peer care, we host or they take care of like some of the volunteering events, things like that. That is TSSO.
Thank you. And you can join orgs that like, I don't know, you just have to be completely aligned to your goals. You know, I joined like, when I was pre-med, I joined pre-med orgs, but I also like do like ASL now, like gardening, so. You can do it stuff if you want to.
Believe me, we're not trying to lock down your life by any means. Like we're not, like you're not gonna be a robot from 8 to 5. Like you can.
You are in fact highly encouraged to engage through the campus in the way that you would like to. Like, some of you on the intramural team, I don't know if I'll show up because it's a little bit cold at night, but I'm really enjoying the practices.
What sport?
Soccer.
Oh.
But
So the one thing I will say is you can see a lot of advertisement for a lot of this in the Monday messages, which is something that that the Honors College provides. And jokes aside, that is a very, very useful tool that will always bring you different programs that you can look at, different. So they might say, okay, there's an internship going on with X firm. This firm is requiring this, and this. But you would not have known about that if you hadn't seen it in that email. And that email gets sent out once a week. And I know for our program at least, we get sent an email by Christy, our director, and she'll just randomly send out like, oh, this is an REU, so research experience for undergraduates. Catch on that.
Good job.
An REU, so research experience for undergraduates that is looking for an electrical engineering major. And this is the requirements here. So it's different things like that that you can see weekly. I think even more so, it's like kind of it just depends on like the availability.
And I mean, that's how we ended up doing, Jesse and I did something called the Big Rowdy Idea Competition, which is a business pitch competition here at UTSA, right? I'm technically a business major, but I'm cyber, so kind of not really, right? He's electrical, so not at all. But we decided to throw our team together and do it, and we designed like a medical device to help prevent like heart attacks. So we designed it, put and put a pitch together and did a bunch of like business stuff and met with like angel investors and stuff like that to really develop our business knowledge. And all of that just came out of an email that the Honors College sent out because we thought it was cool, and then we ended up, doing it for an entire semester. And then after the semester was over, it ended, right? So it's cool stuff like that that you can really get to experience and do with all.
And the one thing I will say is that was also actually with 2 other scholars.
Yes.
So it's 2 biomedical engineering, as we like to refer to them. I'm sorry. I know I'm like aware that you guys don't know some of the terminology. That's why I'm trying to explain it. So BME is biomedical engineering. So 2 other BMEs. So Tristan Pepper and Johannes Akil. And yeah, you see a lot of these opportunities just through Monday messages.
That's all I have.
I was just gonna say, like, you guys have such like a good team bonding, collaboration, kind of vibe and environment. But do you guys like, this might be darker than what I said, but like, do you guys have like social goals, like having a team? Because you're kind of coming up with like social events. Do you guys do that, or you guys are kind of like just, we're going to be together, like you guys kind of envision goals?
So, I think in general, like for TSSO or
Just in teams.
Oh, so yeah, so we have like an events branch, and I am part of peer care. So my job is, yes, planning events, but my events are more to like camaraderie and like to not say enhance mental health, I'm not a professional, but like, you know, like kind of, it can enhance your mental health by hanging out with people and like just talking. So I did like the paint, that was like an impromptu paint night or paint meeting for Top Scholar, and then this next month we're gonna be doing a demo kitchen thing where we go. It's in the recs of the gym. There's a little demo kitchen where some of the staff are going to teach us how to meal prep and do stuff like that. So yeah, a lot of us do the social events, and even other branches like service will have service events. So yeah, and it's not. And a lot of people show up because they want to, not because they're forced or anything.
I will mention as well, that within that, we do have built-in families, called families. These are made up of 2 people from each cohort, and you are encouraged to hang out with those people. And they're all different natures, and we have a competition built in to see whoever hangs out the most will win something at the end of the year. So it's trying to encourage that, but it's, you know, they're very intentionally made to make sure that you are interacting not just with your cohort, but with other scholars as well. But you can hang out outside of the events we put on, but you can also just come to events that TSSO puts on. Yeah, so that's all I have with it.
Yeah, thank you. What's something you were able to do through Top Scholar that you didn't realize you had the potential for, maybe like when you came in like freshman year, at the very beginning?
For me, it was like early involvement in the profession that I wanted. So I had support from Top Scholar to go to the Texas Physical Therapy Association's like annual conference, and I'm pretty sure I was the only like non-PT, so not like the only person not already in a PT program or like a practicing PT. And so many people were like, "Oh, you're already here!" Like they were excited to meet me, and they were very like impressed that I was already there. And I just assumed that no one would kind of look at me, but they were excited to see me. And then also like getting published research, like being, 22 years old, graduating and saying like, yeah, I have a research paper under my belt, or some people have multiple, like having that be an accomplishable goal is very unique to this program.
Yeah, I'll bounce off that. For me, so I already told you, I met my lab PI, the primary investigator, the person who runs the lab, at my faculty interview, and I didn't realize at the time that she was the department chair of cyber. So she runs the entire cyber department. And so I met with her, and I also didn't realize she was a very go, do it now type person. So I met with her, and I walked in, and I was like, hey, I'm interested in research. And she picked up the phone and went, hey, Oren, who's the guy who runs the lab, I came to learn later. She's like, I need you to come down here. And like hung up the phone, and he walked out of his office, came down, and like had a lab thing with me. And she told me, she was like, usually we have to interview freshmen and vet them before we let them in the lab to make sure that they're actually going to like do stuff, right? Because who knows? And she went, but we feel like Top Scholar does that for us, And then through that, she's the one that helped me get set up with so like Javi said, getting involved in the field early, helped me get an internship at the Security Operations Center where I work now, which was super cool because that's actual like real hard experience in the field I want to go into. So it wasn't all due to Top Scholar, but what Top Scholar is really good at doing is getting your foot in the door, whether it's going to a conference that Top Scholar puts you up for, or it's using the enrichment funding that Catherine uses like a ton.
Way to go, Catherine.
Way to go. What a good way to connect it.
So when it comes to studying abroad, how is the time out of the country in your classes?
It's mostly like how you want to fit it in, because like some things like Taylor had a specific class that she was taking, and part of that credit involved going abroad. For me, like where I was saying I had a very tight schedule, I had to figure out which classes I could that I could take at a university abroad, because a lot of them don't offer things like sports and exercise psychology and different things like that. So being able to work and finding opportunities to be able to do something for a semester versus like if that wouldn't have worked out. There are different things you can do, like they have winter break programs that you can do things over the summer that maybe kind of like extra, not necessarily extracurricular, but maybe a little less like specific to a degree. So there are different options for that.
Yeah, so summer also works differently than you'd see for fall or spring because summer is going to be shorter, it's pretty significantly shorter. And as part of that, really the expectation would be 1 or 2 classes you take as compared to spending fall or spring where you want an entire array of classes. So like for me, I spent my summer study abroad trying to just get in a couple of the extra requirements I had for my degree while I was there.
Thank you. What has been the most challenging part of being a top scholar?
I'll start.
Okay.
I guess really the most challenging part for me was to not feel like an imposter. Because as a freshman, again, you're hearing like people are, like even within your course, sometimes you find that there are people that are like, they know exactly what they want to do and they know like they want to start an organization. And then feeling like, oh, I don't really know if that's for me, like why I have to know who to talk to, or not feeling like I can bring those things up. And just feeling like, maybe I wasn't meant to be in this program. But that was pretty tough to get over and to realize that, hey, you know, these opportunities are coming my way because, you know, people see value in me and so there's value. But that's been tough in terms of just being like, oh, I'm actually doing things, like affirming the fact that I'm doing things. And there are, like, as a senior, right, there are freshmen and sophomores that, again, are in the position I was 4 years ago, and they probably feel the same exact thing. And so I think that's always tough, and then as well as being overwhelmed sometimes, feeling like you're taking on too much. That's always, I think that's a recurring theme amongst, like, just high achieving students sometimes. You take on more than you can handle. But I've, again, found better ways of just being able to be like, I have to say no, or like being okay with being like, thank you for that suggestion, Christy, but unfortunately, I don't get to do it. And like having that conversation, learning to be like, hey, you know, it's a wonderful opportunity, but I just don't think it's the right opportunity for me right now. So you do learn along the way, but that's really a tough part that most people likely go through.
And can I just add on to that really quickly? Top Scholar helps you target your goals into very specific little buckets. So every semester we have to do SMART goals for knowledge, leadership, and service. And it seems kind of annoying at first, like, oh, I have to sit down for like two hours. So if you're like really taking it super seriously, figure out what your semester's goal is. But that is so meaningful because it makes you sit down and reflect. Am I enjoying what I'm doing right now? Do I want to continue with the organizations that I'm in, or do I need to make a shift? So having these little flash points where it's intentional reflection help you to navigate your own path and then also empower you to feel confident saying no to some opportunities that maybe you don't want to take. So saying no is very powerful too.
I have something to add. So these are our humble, super active students that are very involved, that have been very involved. We also have some scholars who are involved in one organization and one thing. So just know you're all different. I asked Christy the other day, is this person still a scholar? And she's like, yes, but he is involved in going to Campus Rec and he's on Campus Rec Advisory Board. That is his niche. So just know it might seem super overwhelming, but you're going to find what you're really passionate about and what you like to do. Michael and I went on an alternative service break together, right? So we gave up our spring break and went and did Hurricane Harvey relief. Michael's super no, where do we go?
I went to Biloxi.
Oh no, he went to Biloxi. I went to Hurricane Harvey.
Okay.
But you can find different things. You were involved in Voices for how many semesters? Yeah. So and many of you probably your freshman year went and tried out everything you possibly thought and were like, nah, I didn't like that much. So my second semester I kept doing what I liked. So your funnel will get smaller when you know what you want to do.
And one thing also is that success, like you see all the successes, but you don't see like the behind the scenes. So at one of our meetings, we had like a failure panel. It's not like failure, but a lot of people were talking about like the programs they did get into, or like things they wanted to do but didn't have the chance to. But then on the other hand, they kept going at it and applying to different programs, and then they got to where they are today. You would have never thought that because you'd have just thought they got everything they wanted. So it's always that. Yeah.
And also pretty hard like to satisfy yourself. I was talking to my friends, like, okay, we got to another break. And now what? I want to go on an internship. And then now what? Another year, like the research space for undergraduates. And then now what? And it's always like that.
And then like I just sat down with the SMART goals and I was like, do I really like need to do, for example, I love dancing, so I was in a salsa presentation group. So I was like, I need to learn the choreography. Do I really need to? No, I prefer to have an A on general chemistry 1. So it's like learning to say no and to know that it's okay to not be able to take everything. Like we're humans and sometimes we think like we're robots and like, okay, if I sleep 4 hours and I have 1 meal and I travel like in 3 days, I definitely can do it. Of course you can do that. But that's not the point. So it's like it's doing everything else while taking care of yourself. Because I know like with the high achieving, for example, I was diagnosed with anxiety and OCD. So I was like, do I prefer to do all of this or do I prefer just to take a break and paint with water paint? Yes, please, I just need it. Or just to go to the cafe with Edith. Yeah, so so yeah, or like so it really is like putting yourself a priority because you don't want to lose yourself while gaining all of this. That's not that.
Yeah, and this is very much you don't want to have a life but not be living it, if that makes sense. You don't want to just like be going through the motions every day, wake up, go to Gen Chem, study for Gen Chem, take the test for Gen Chem, sleep and think about Gen Chem, and then wake up and eat Gen Chem. Like you don't want to do that. Like believe me, you want to enjoy your college experience. Keep in mind these are the best years, or they say the best years of your life. You know, you want to enjoy that. You meet people that are very like-minded like you. So that's the only thing that I will say.
You will have days like that, right? You're a high achieving student that does a lot of things, and there are going to be days when you wake up and you're like, I have like 18 things to do today, and I have time for 6. And 8 of them are 10. And I have no idea how I'm going to get all this done, right? And that happens to all of us. I'm sure it's happened to you in high school, right? We've all felt like that at one point or another. So those days are going to come. But knowing the fact that like you get to control a lot of the times when they come and how often they come, right, is really beneficial. So you have your hand.
Yeah, something happened in Gen Chem 1.
Time out. I just realized you haven't taken Gen Chem. You can't talk.
No, I haven't.
So no, I'm playing, guys. Gen Chem. I just use it as an example. Like for example, my microcomputer 1 class. So I worked with an Arduino PIC4, where I had to work with ASM, and I was talking to Tristan about ASM. Assembly language, basically. So ASM, you have to code it bit by bit. So instead of something that's very broad, very small scale, and you have to do it line by line. And there was one night where we had code due, and I promised you for like 4 hours looking at the code, like, man, what's going on? I was just using the
Yeah.
So you're gonna have nights like where you feel like that, but trust me, you guys are all in this room for a specific reason. We all know that you guys are very tough when it comes to academics. Well, you guys are definitely able to get through those.
Dr. Kelly does have a box of tissue in his office called the OChem tissue box that students come and say, I'm not going to be pre-med anymore after they take that class. So just know, I think Kylie said, it's okay to change your major, so just know.
Are there any traditions at UTSA that you've engaged in that you found particularly like memorable?
Quite a lot. One that I recently participated in, Best Fest. So all the student organizations on campus will have booths and they'll sell food. You can buy tickets from the university, you can go around and have all this food. And it's open to not just UTSA students, but just the community who can come in and interact. They had always have an artist perform. They also have fireworks show happen after. And so that's just one of them. There's just quite a lot.
Those football games are crazy. you go in there and you're like, you don't think it's that loud. It looks small, but like.
This season wasn't especially.
Oh yeah, this season.
And Best Fest is part of Homecoming Week, so it's connected to the football.
Sorry, I think I could try to.
No, you're good. That's what I was like, just this season, like, especially
Oh,
when they
yeah.
actually did really well for the first time in a long time, like, well, for the
Like,
first.
first time in forever.
And it's a very recent addition. But also, like, on top of that, you get to engage in San Antonio culture as well. So, like, Fiesta, they do celebrate some Fiesta stuff. It's in, like, not part of necessarily the giant San Antonio Fiesta, but they have kind of like an introduction if you can't make it to the Fiesta celebration in Johnson Center, where you're like one of the many nights, because there's many different parts, but you get
to feel like you're part of a bigger community outside of the college world? At a university?
For those not from San Antonio, just because I wasn't from San Antonio and I had no idea what Fiesta was when I first got here, it's this about 2 week long celebration in April, and there's a lot of pageantry and just literally the whole city is partying for 2 weeks. And UTSA has their own Fiesta celebration, very similar to Best Fest in the sense that all the student orgs will like sell stuff, and it's just fanfare and celebration and celebrating the city and the history and the culture. So that's gotta be my favorite. Sorry, football team.
I saw a kind of Patrick.
Oh, yeah, thank you. In research, when you're first getting started, do you usually like try to know kind of a lot about the topic of the research going in, or do you more learn?
It depends. It really does depend. You try to, but there are some things that are very high level that are like, well,
Yeah, I would say like with that, what I did was I read papers from like the lab, right? But it goes over, it still goes over my head. Like I've been there for almost 2 years and I still don't know what I'm talking about a lot of times. But you get through it. Like you Google a lot of terms. But if you ask a good question, like even if it's like, what is this? They are happy with that because you're interested in it. So you don't have to know everything, but it's good to have like a baseline of what kind of disease are they working on, or what,
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, for you, research, right, is an opportunity and something where maybe you can publish a paper or at least have something where like you did this and you know this area. Research is usually very specialized. So I'm not doing research in cyber. I'm doing research in IoT vulnerability analysis in cyber and stuff like just like very specific things. Or she's doing I don't know what your research is.
It's acquired epilepsy mouse models.
That was not a good. So you're not expected to be an expert when you walk in. So what you're getting out of research is you're learning, right, and getting that experience. What they're getting out of you doing research is that they are training someone who, well, A for you, but not others. They are training someone who can be a very successful researcher for them as they get older, as they become a senior, or not necessarily for them, but for somebody else in academia if you go to grad school, or like when if you do your PhD. PhD is research. That's like the whole thing, right? So that's what they're getting out of it. So they're more than happy to take a freshman or sophomore in and train you. You can come in knowing nothing as long as you're interested and have the work ethic. The other thing I want to point out, I've been wanting to say this for a while, is we talk a lot about research because a lot of us do it because it's academia. That's what academia does. At some point, you'll get to talk to Dr. Fleury that professors are here to do research and not teach. Teaching is just an added bonus. Because he gives that talk usually at retreat. But research is not the end all be all. Just because the majority of top scholars do it, don't feel like you have to. Don't feel like it's necessary. It's not. Pretty much no matter what major you're in. If you do it and you like it, awesome. If you do it and you hate it, do something else. You are by no means obligated to do research. It is totally possible to be super successful via other routes besides research. And that's something, because I think a lot of people get involved with research and they see everybody else doing it. And so even though they hate it after they start it, they like make themselves keep doing it. Because that's what everybody else does. That's what I gotta do. Don't do that. With research, just don't do it.
So you talked a lot about research, and you were just saying that you didn't have to do it. What are the other academic routes you can take to like build your resume?
That's what we're trying to go. That's what you're trying to do. And I know that's a hard answer as a freshman because you're not expected to go 4 years down the line. So for me, I want to go corporate, right? With cyber, you pretty much either go academia, corporate, or government. You do one of those three. I have no desire to do government, and I really have no desire to do everything, just personally, right? So for corporate, for me, it's internships, right? That was my thing, internships and work experience, along with for cyber, there's other things on the side to do that have nothing to do with anything like formal. For other majors and areas of study,
I mean, for science, like if you're a science person, I don't think you have to do research, unless you want a PhD, then you do. But for me, like I want to do industry or government after, I also don't want to do academia after my PhD. So I do my research in my lab in academia, but I also am taking out other internships that maybe in industry, or I'm working with a nonprofit right now. So I'm getting like some kind of business experience. So
So you can cater it to whatever you want to do. There are also like unique opportunities, usually through the honors college, like they'll offer specific courses, like, I didn't get to do, it didn't work with my schedule, but my second to last semester here, they offered an anatomy course, it was like a legit, like, cadaver anatomy lab, which is something that you don't necessarily get a lot of experience with as an undergrad. So it was like something that would be resume worthy going into apply to a graduate program in like the health field or something like that, being able to say, this was a unique opportunity afforded to me and I have this experience.
The neat thing in the spices, so when we talked about the spices categories in the honors college,
You can't forget the herbs though.
you cannot, that's correct. But it's really limitless. So did anybody present on the ELF that was something pretty unique yet? Like, I know like Edgar presented on joining the rugby team or learning about rugby because he had never played rugby, time management, stuff like that. We do have some awesome courses. You heard about the Eat, Write, Cook, Repeat class. That's about writing a cookbook, but it's very detailed, technical writing. The anatomy class, there's one coming up this semester about making music on digital devices. And so there's a lot of different things you can do to say, I had this interest, it wasn't connected directly to my major, but piqued my interest and I did it. So that makes, we talk about making you stand out. Can't just go and get your 4.0. You have to do all these other things that you can talk about. So anybody else want to elaborate now that I gave you all some ideas about the spices?
Yeah, I'll hop on that. So
Okay.
There's a couple of things there. So the spices, right? Service, professional development, intellectual achievement, cultural exploration, engaged living, and a skill development, right? Some of those are youth, right? Engaged living, right? I trained for this marathon. I did, whatever else. Engaged living can be about you, your personal life. Maybe it's resume worthy, maybe it's not, right? That's not what it's about. Other things like skill development could also be like that. The skill development could be
American Sign Language. We have a lot of students who learn sign language.
yes, but then other ones like intellectual achievement, professional development, right? Those can be, I'm doing this even better myself, but to build the resume, to be able to tell the story of your college experience. Because that's one thing you want to be able to do when you graduate is tell your story. What did you do with your 4 years, right? So when it comes to things for engaged living and things to better yourself and make yourself a more well-rounded person, the Honors College is amazing at that. When it comes to things in your major that aren't research, to help you specifically with that major, like, okay, what's your major?
Biochemistry. I want to do research. I just want
Yeah,
to.
yeah. But if you were like, okay, I want to go, let's say, corporate biochem, right? What can I do to get there? The Honors College does help with that, but in my opinion, your biggest resources on that is going to be the older scholars and alumni, because they know what's happened, because they've tried and they failed, right? And they've succeeded and they know what is good for that in your major, because what else besides research questions specifically is very major specific. Like if you're studying history, research may or may not be useful, right? It might, but it also might not be as important as bio,
It's
right?
also goal specific.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
two people with the same major might have different external goals, so that development can look different person to person, even with the same major.
And the one thing I will say is that a lot of people are usually like, oh, what's honors and will it help me directly in my field? And I feel like honors is definitely to help you become a more well-rounded person. And it's definitely to provide that aspect of, I guess, substance that you're missing from just general.
I'm actually going to do a shameless plug for honors real quick.
Oh, no.
Please do.
I've got a couple friends at different public universities, right? And we chat. His friends in high school are from wherever else I've met them. None of them do honors because they all got into honors, and the ones that did honors were like, oh, I have to take an extra 25 credit hours, and I've got to do this, this, and this, and it helps me out, right? I get honors on my degree on my graduation, lovely. So none of them did, right? And I'm not saying that's everybody, but I'm saying that's a lot. At UTSA, the impact on your degree plan is very little, right? But Dr. Kelly and Lydia and all of these other people in honors develop the spices specifically to give you those experiences that are helpful and useful while also not putting a huge drag on your college experience. Which is why honors here really uniquely sets you up. So when you're in an interview and you get asked, oh, the honors college or the ELF, right? That's something you can talk about as like, it's not just the honors college. It's not just that I took some classes and got honors on my resume. It's all of these things, the spices, the ELF, all of the opportunities. And they love hearing it because it makes you a well-rounded student. So I just figured I would plug that because a lot of people don't realize that like the honors program here is insanely different than, well, I won't name any schools, but other.
Oh,
I have one thing that I don't think y'all have talked about yet that I think is a huge benefit of the scholar program is your networks. And your networks with one another, your networks with fellow archers, Taylor, your networks with faculty and staff. Can you talk about how at any one moment, any of you could call someone to say, can you put a word in for me, or can you write this letter? Talk about your networks with your peers, your scholars, and then also faculty and staff member, or even people you've done internships with, because it's huge. Your networks are huge. Dr. Kelly says he'll never have to ask for medical or law. He'll never have to pay for medical or law advice ever in his life. So,
I can kind of start on that one. So for peers, I already mentioned how Dylan, just with networking, by networking with him, I'm inside. I'm not sure how much I'm allowed to talk about that last time. With other scholars, you reach out and be like, hey, this professor from, I don't know, what do you call it, HCAT, Health Community and Policy. I need to speak to this professor because we're working on a project that requires that. Like, oh yeah, they're my PI, my principal investigator. Let me go ask them if they can help you out. So there's always that little connection there. And with RE research experience for undergraduates, keep going because I don't want to get called out on that. Last summer, I researched at UNT for data science, and we actually processed queries and we scored them. And we basically created a query scoring machine that ranked. So you would input your symptoms, and it would output how urgent your symptoms were to the patient care. So with that, I actually got a recommendation letter from my PI. And this summer, I got accepted to an REU at Missouri, and that same PI was the one that wrote the recommendation letter and spoke with his friend that was there at Missouri. So those connections that you get, not just here at the university, but everywhere else, also definitely help.
Yeah, I was just telling Tristan, I think right before this, while we were talking, that UTSA has 33 roughly 1,000 students, right? Both undergrad and graduate. But within your major and your department, it does not feel like that. At least not for me. I'm constantly meeting people, and I'm like, oh, you're from here. Oh, you know this person. Oh, I know that person. They did this, and they work here, right? And having that web is super, super cool. Like Jesse said with the recommendation letters, right? I did an internship with a company called CrowdStrike over the summer, and a senior director for CrowdStrike wrote a recommendation letter for the Archer Fellowship and stuff like that. And so being able to just make those connections and know those people. Similarly, my freshman year, I applied for an internship with Marathon. Are you still with Marathon, Michael? And I remember reaching out to Michael and talking about that. That internship didn't end up working out. I did get an offer though. And it really helps, even if someone can't like push you through something or put you into something, they can give you insight to how does this work, and then tell me about what your interests are, because maybe they can just straight up tell you, yeah, this opportunity is not going to line up as well as you think it is, right? Which is a good thing to hear, because what that means is I'm going to waste no more time on this, and I can put my time somewhere else as opposed to wasting a bunch of time and having it fall flat, right? So being able to talk to people and meeting as many people as possible is super, super helpful.
And then the other cool thing I'll add quickly is not just among top scholars, but the network extends to other honor students. And I've had like great opportunities just because I was in a class with another honor student, and he was like, "Oh, you're a top scholar. Do you want to do this project together?" And then I end up finding out this guy runs a nonprofit, and he's like, "Oh, you want to join my team?" I end up joining a nonprofit, something that I would never have imagined being in as a freshman. So it does extend to not just top scholars, but honors college in general. And it's also insane to see those same people that I interacted with as a freshman now winning awards as seniors and doing all these great things. I'm like, this is Grace Chen is like an amazing award. I was like, this is someone I hung out with as a freshman and weren't sure what we wanted to do, but it's amazing to see that, and that's a network, that's a connection that I have that I'm always going to have because of those experiences that we've had together. How about yourself?
sorry, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for bringing that terminology, but I didn't pick up on health, what is that?
Experiential learning fair. So it is a, I want to say competition.
It's a scholarship competition.
It is a scholarship competition, but it is a method in which you can gain experience credits. So, do you want me to go into the entire?
Yeah, so if you do an out of classroom experience, then you present at the ELF to get your credit for the curriculum. So it's a poster presentation. We have judges that are faculty, staff, community members come in and you discuss your experience with them. So we get to pose questions back to you to make you think about it, but also I talk about, we want you to be able to articulate it. We want you to be able to write about it, and we want people to know what your goals were from it. And so that's how you present to get credit for those out of classroom experiences. Good job, though. You did a good job.
In my experience, when you, let's say, you walk into an interview for something, right? And you have your resume, and you're like, I did this, right? In my experience, at least, the response to all of those things you did is like, great, awesome, I don't care. Right? The thing they want to know is, why did you do it? Why did it help you? Why were you passionate about it, right? The fact that you did it is already done. And what the ELF helps you do, because you present your poster and all of that about what you did, is it helps you synthesize, okay, why was this important to me, and how can I include it in my story with myself? Which is really useful, because then that work of coming up with those answers to like, why am I passionate about this, why is this helpful, is already done, because you did it in the ELF, which is super cool. And that's good.
Yeah, I wanted to know about research. I'm really interested in pursuing research, and I want to know how much of a role does it have every day, like from start to finish, or just daily? How long does it?
I think it depends. So if you're interested in research, I'm in a program called Esteemed. It's like enhancing, honestly, that is really long. But basically it's like enhancing diversity in STEM fields. So, and they take top scholars because they usually get a scholarship attached to it. But since we get the full ride, they don't have to pay for us, so they're more willing to take us on. And they do workshops on like scientific writing and how to do it in a lab. So they kind of assist you with that process. That's one way with research, but also I guess how long it takes in a day. I think it depends. The Esteemed, for example, they wanted us to do, I think, 10 hours, 10 to 15. Like, I guess whenever you join like freshman year, because they encouraged us to join like our second semester. Although I joined the first semester, so I was a little rebellious. But I would say that for me, I do 19 now because I get paid in the lab. Like my pay pays me, and the maximum is 19 hours. So I want the month, so I do 19 hours. But I think, especially when you're a freshman, I think they understand your classes. You need to figure out how much time you need to do study to get that grade you want. So I think they're very flexible with it. I think it depends on your specific supervisor. Like if they want you in the lab Monday, Wednesday, Friday instead of every day. I think it really just depends.
Yeah, I do 10 hours a week. And like Monday when I got up class, I go like from 12 to 3, and then on Wednesday also, and then on Friday I go like a little bit more, just like 9 to 10 hours. That's not that much. So it's okay.
And I just want to add that we are almost at time, so if there are any burning questions, please, now's the chance.
Real question, real quick, you said 19 hours a week, right?
Yes.
You did that.
No, not a day.
Anytime you work for the university, doing anything, internship, job, whatever, it's max 19 hours. That's a university policy. They can't work people for 19 hours during school. The other thing is that I'll pitch in on research really quick is they know that they're accepting an undergrad, right? Like, and they work in academia. Unlike if you were to go to like a company, they work at the university. They're aware of how this works, so they're going to be flexible around your class schedule and other things you have going on because they're aware like you can't skip your classes to go do research, right? So that's another added benefit of like it's all in-house.
And as a scholar, you have to receive special permission to work for the university.
Yes, if you're gonna get paid, you need special permission.
So also know that if you are working as a personal trainer, you have to ask for permission to work. Most of our scholars do not work off campus. So we want to be transparent about that, is that you are not permitted to work unless you get special permission.
That does not include the summer.
Yes.
And if your thing is relevant to your major, right? So like at the SOC right now, I was an intern last spring, and then they decided to keep me on to help train the new interns and do like special projects the fall and the spring, I get paid, right? And I told Christy, I was like, I'm doing leadership because I'm training interns, I'm doing special projects, I'm getting experience in my field, which is great on the resume, 19 hours a week, here's how much I'm getting paid. And she was like, yep, you're good. She's like, if your GPA drops, we're gonna have to have a talk, but other than that, you're good. And I was like, cool, it doesn't. So if it's relevant to your major and it works scheduling wise, it's, yeah, but be aware that that is an avenue you have to go.
That's a question.
So if you wanted to change your major, like right now, my major is political science, and upon talking to my other top scholars, like Grace and Catherine, I know that they were doing, Catherine is doing global affairs, and I know Taylor is also doing global affairs. And honestly, that interests me more, because like Intel, like how would that work? Like the process of changing your major.
So usually you talk to like you start a conversation. I did that. It's just, there could be different ways to do it. I was like, hey, Christy, how do I change my major? And then she's like, oh, she pointed me to an honors counselor. The honors counselor is like, okay, we set up a form. Here's the form. Just indicate what your new major is, and boom, that's it. You sign the major, then they just change it.
And they'll also help you, the counselor will help you walk through the old degree plan and the new degree plan and help you figure out how to plug those classes in, see if there's any crossover, and to make sure that it's like actually feasible. If you're in your like first semester sophomore year and you're changing majors in between colleges, it may or may not be possible for you to do it in 4 years, but they'll help you work with it. Jesse's electrical computer engineer, and you were able to get a bunch of classes to count for both.
So I'm actually, my minor is computer science, but I got my intro to computer engineering class count as computer programming 1, and then I'm getting 3 of my upper level classes for computer engineering to count as my CS. So I only have to take 1 time.
Just as a staff tip, don't stress out about it right now.
Yeah.
Do orientation, go to advising, and then you can change your major.
It's
So,
honestly not a big stress.
yeah, don't, right now, just follow the steps, and then once you do your advising appointment, it'll be easier to change then.
The other thing about advising is most kids come in with an academic advisor. You meet with the academic advisor, your advisor all the way through college. In honors college, you get assigned an honors advisor for your first year, and you meet with them. The cool thing about that is not only are they familiar with your major, because it's broken up by major, like all of college of business is with one person, whatever. But they're also working on this department, so they can help you with any of that stuff. Your spices help you with ELF, stuff like that. And then after your first year, you retain that honors advisor for honors specific stuff only, and you get in your academic advisor. The reasoning behind that is your first year, the classes you're taking are not going to be like so upper division that you need someone who really like knows that degree plan expertly to help you through it, right? You have to take a lot of intro classes, etc. And then as you move on, your academic advisor will be able to really help you with the nitty gritty of, okay, this class has this content which you can count for this, etc.
And you are just a minute away, but if you do have any other questions, feel free to ask any of us. We will be linking around a lot of opportunities during dinner, and then also at your actual interview day, we'll be interacting with scholars all day. So feel free to ask any questions at that time as well. But thank you so much for
Someone just got that to me about who was it?
I know.
But it's soldering, microsoldering.
Yeah, well, that's pretty much the reaction everyone has. 3 months ago, you're in it, on it goes,
Is it for anyone who just like being curious? I don't think there's anyone watching.
That's easier than I used to run hardware. I used to use it routes. So. There's a cyber budget, and there's variables, different people.
So you're in college of music and so the COS departments completely different things. But either way, like I said, I forgot to like stress this. Do not stress about me. That came in as like, but I was like, you know what, it's not for me. Guess it's Excel sheet that like does it for me.
So, and because like, if you look at if you look at you have any like different kind of questions? So I don't remember. You asked someone that you
So, as a student, as early as I decided right away. I said right because I knew that I got this. So I think in 3 hours, probably 3 hours, is my making it in years? Whatever, it's minus, whatever it is. I think so, yeah. So biochemistry. So,
all the examples in this book,
3 minutes.
anything like that.
So, it's just, right now, honestly, I would really honestly,
Things that shouldn't be because
it's not, you know,
so we do.
I understand my like I said, I think that's
I would remember interested in so it's minors and cybersecurity. Thinking about minors is you can very easily do yeah, absolutely.
I'm tired.
Gotta be healthy. There's no clicker in here. So just check the Zoom for my stuff.
Yes,